What's the last one? No. There we go. Good morning. Poopy still talking shit about my IWM long? The IV10 RV10 chart is fucking wild. Does it ever get that spread apart? No. New mic sounds weird. No, same mic. We changed some audio settings. I should be louder. For a moment there, you were tin can. Oh, that might just be the YouTube buffering bullshit. Oh, this is terrible. I need to clean my desk. It's covered in empty espresso glasses. There's a lot of background noise. Yeah, that's an issue that we have yet to solve. You know what? Here, hold on. That should be better. I don't know who that is. Are you a caffeine version? Yeah. Try humming rhythmically into the mic. Couldn't afford the maid bill? I don't think I have a maid. Not a regular one. We back into bullishness until 40 here? No, just slightly above support at 25. Above GN is not inherently bullish. It's just, what do you call your cleaning crew? I don't know their name. Does Carl's wife in a maid outfit not count as a maid? Well, no. Typical New York City elite. What? It's like different people every time. It's just like a service. And I only get my apartment like professionally cleaned like once a quarter. I don't make that much of a mess. It's just me here. Well, me, 800 Whole Foods delivery drivers, my cat, my crazy neighbors, my family whenever they decide to randomly and sporadically show up. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. You need 2 ice cream freezers. Oh, if we were in that room, the background noise would be intense. One of the compressors on the refrigerators is going, and I have to have a serviceman come out and repair it. It's not a pleasant noise currently. And the cat and Dork under the couch. Yeah, and Squamps. He's still under there too. You can avoid the family showing up by just not telling them where you live. Ooh, interesting, Daniel. Interesting. Why are banks not going down? How fast do you need them to go down? I assume by end of week. They're not going up as much today as they went down yesterday. Don't forget about the college students that spend the weekend. All right, dirty little toe beans. You can have your recognition. Does your family know your stock success and just show up to mooch? No. I'm 100% sure that most of my family has no idea what things cost. That's on Jimmy's possible run. Sorry if I missed you already mentioning it. ETF FTDs last week pushed it above Gamma Max, which it currently is. Looks like there's open interest on the chain out to about 25-ish, and then it starts to break down. Vol's already starting to trim back this morning, and I don't think it's going to be long-lived, but there's still a tiny bit of upside potential on it as they net off the extremely small amount of ARB that is picked up on the run. So I would say upside maybe 25, and that might be a bit of a stretch, but it could get there. I don't think Gamma and Delta have picked up all that much. It doesn't look like there's been any extraordinarily large positioning. Very frequently, these highs last less than a day. Weeklies get pulled, liquidity comes back in, starts buying the underlying, and the price falls. What are the mechanics for IWM to keep rising while SPX bounce? Probably not likely. They're a little anti-correlated for a number of reasons, but generally speaking, S&P is an index, like a market cap weighted index, and most of all of that market cap is in 7 to 13 companies, and so none of those companies perform well against the factors that drive mid and small caps. However, if S&P and NQ get over leveraged, there's simply just no more dispersion to push, then you can see those flows kind of roll off into IWM and Dow, because there's just nowhere else to stuff all the money. IWM position is a hedge for anyone who just copies plays without reading anything. That's everyone. I strongly suspect that in all the time I've been writing Pickles picks, none of them have actually been read. And how did I know, Gherk? How did I know? It is suspicious. I'll give you that. I read, I just don't understand. Okay, well, the most vocal are the most illiterate. How's that? I read Dork's Dunkaroos. I don't even listen well enough to copy your plays here. Discord, that's cute. Fair. We read them, but aren't necessarily good at adjusting when conditions change. That's why, well, I mean, usually that's why there's risk, right? That's why I factor risk in. I read the cat play in September 2022. Alright, fair. That was pretty awesome. Did you end up adding puts to JPM? Not yet, no. Will I? Probably, but maybe in the future. JPM is just below risk right now. If I added puts, it'd probably be sub 220 or sub 215. I feel like a lot of people do pretty well on Pickles picks. I feel like the people who don't are the ones that are complaining. The hit rate on them, even when you don't know how to manage positions, is extraordinarily high. Is it too late to enter IWM now so you can berate us on losing money after it printed? You can wait for a pullback. That's fair, Dilly. You shouldn't blindly jump in. Awesome people have already liked the stream. Thank you so much, Bert Stew. Are you... Interesting. You're telling me I should leverage the chat's love of me into interaction with the stream? Like driving. It seems cruel. Too late, FOMO'd into the like. Love is a strong word. No, it's not. Person who's here every day. That's how we get the wind moon people of crime, wah 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 people. Oh god. Don't remind me. Ah, teamwork. I like it. Nice. Careful, I don't want your husband getting jealous. He already is. This is fun. Alright. Bounce back, retest 58.75 ES. That hasn't failed yet, but we are at resistance locally. Looks like we're at resistance on NQ as well. So big vol short coming in. Euro up against the dollar this morning. See, now everything's weird. without my fan being so loud. I sound really, really loud in the room, and it's bothering me. I just try to make more content for you, to bring in more subscribers. It's so noble. Put up sound panels. You need a white noise. You shut your face. Do you have noise dampening foam on your walls? Like some of it, in a way that probably doesn't change the acoustics of the room in any way at all. Prior to YouTube, how do you usually spend the trading day? I would wake up, trade futures in the pre-market, trade SPX for like the first hour of the day, sell some theta, and then go lay in bed and watch Netflix, unless one of several notifications went off. Then after market close, I would go to the gym. Well, pre-pandemic, I would go to the gym. Dinner, bed, start over the next day. That's a better deal than what you have nowadays, to be honest. You know what? You make an excellent point. You say bed, but I'm a futures trader too, and I don't believe you. Well, sometimes bed. Depends on how good I was at the being done with trading futures by market open part. No, he doesn't. That's a terrible point. Huh. So I'm traveling to New York City in a few weeks. Any good food spot recommendations? Hundreds. You've got to be way more specific. Best glizzy stand. Gross. McDonald's on 5th. Good food with a side of bed bugs. Anywhere near Columbia. Hey, Gherk, IWM is up. Yeah, I know, Poopy. I saw you talking shit. What's driving this bounce? Massive put selling. And a little bit of call buying, actually. More call buying than one would normally expect. Which is surprising. Although, as far as stability here goes, I guess we're fairly stable down to like 35. But not any real significant support. Gamma's just kind of flat from here down to 35. Got to retest that trend when you fail it. Why is Dell ripping? I have no idea. It probably beat on earnings or something. Mike sounds good. Awesome. I'll be between Washington Square and Penn Station most of this. Satien? Satien? Most of the day. So Midtown? I don't know. What do you want? You know, like Italian, Japanese? You gotta be more specific. I had a friend ask, what was that New York pizza we had one time? She meant Papa John's. I hope you're not friends with her anymore. Like podcast quality sound. Oh, don't say that. How high are they selling puts and buying calls? They bought calls out to 40. Those are now in the money. There's really no bought calls to the upside. They are selling puts at 45.50, but the sold calls are still the majority there, so they would need to squeeze those out in order to push prices higher. If in the money calls take profits, we will fail because there are quite a lot of bought puts, both at the 40 and 45 strike, but also down at 30. Here at 40, I think, yeah, gamma at this strike is pretty much the same as it is. I mean, like 45 is, I mean, there's not a lot of gamma to be gained to the upside. Like 5.6 billion gamma at 45, like 4.7 at 40. So it's not even a billion. Let's just doing Google 2.5 decillion over YouTube bans. Interesting. Dell earnings are November 26. Oh, SMCI fraud. One of their competitors is a fraudulent company and likely going under. That's probably bullish. Oh, wow. Imagine if somebody told everybody about IWM last night, only for it to then go up 100 bips and for Poopy to buy puts at market open. Inverse Poopy Pants, yet again, pays dividends. I sold my puts at open. I had puts from yesterday. But did you buy calls? Means it probably dumps by Friday. Oh yeah, like labor's hot. Labor's hot and inflationary. Fidelity strikes again. I hate it here. No, you don't. Short-term upside on IWM 25. I expect you don't. I assume you don't expect IWM to continue to 30 unless data is good into end of week. 25 is just gamma neutral. With Fidelity, you have to wire now? What? They don't accept ACH anymore? If NQ could stop using 650 as support, that would be great. Huh. Interesting. That's dumb. Yeah. Yeah, it actually is kind of fucking dumb. and I hate it. Lest you have to wait several weeks for settlement for options trading. They tried to get me, you guys. Curious. It's an impressive V. It is. It is. Bull's pushed back. To what end, I'm not sure, but I guess a 50 test. How fast can Gamma build to the upside? I mean, quickly. I already talked about GME earlier. I have to do it again? Is employment up? GDP down? What? GDP advanced estimates down. When return of the bears, clear evidence that the Fed is going to either cut, Japan is going to cut, or inflation gets too out of control and the Fed has to raise rates. Actually, you know what? If the Fed doesn't cut in November, that's going to upset a lot of people. Here's an important question. Do you identify more with Mac Daddy or Daddy Mac from the iconic children's hip-hop duo Crisscross? Neither. I mean, GDP is going to get revised. They do multiple reports per quarter. Fidelity funds availability is several weeks unless you wire it, apparently. Huh. Evidence the Fed doesn't cut. Didn't the initial Fed cut result in yields going back up? Yes, it did. That was not a fever dream. It's almost like monetary policy has no bearing on real rates. Every single one of my IWM strangles is printed. Strangles? Gross. Would you expect a slow bleed if calls start profit taking or a more violent drop? Probably a fairly slow bleed until we'd have to lose like gamma neutral right now. That'll steepen over time, but they're not selling a lot of puts near spot. Bullshit. I ACH funds immediately to Fidelity all the time. Huh. I just did a transfer from my bank, like normal, with Fidelity to test it. Funds immediately available. Interesting. Who do you work for, Middle Western Consumer Sentiment Rep? He probably has a trading violation. Maybe. Although that shouldn't affect fund settlement. What am I checking? Where? I don't see anything. There's a hat which says QQQ 500. That's dope. I'm going to start selling all of my QQQ. soon. Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember this. There was like super stock posts and I made fun of you. Was that it? They still haven't settled your money from that? Winter is finally here. Okay. No one, please hire me. They first told me it was a security issue. Then a couple weeks later, they acknowledged it on Reddit and said it was because they changed some checking account thing. Yeah, but when are they going to fix it? I feel like there should be some compensation for those affected. You know, guys, it only takes like 20 minutes to open a new brokerage account. Not even. 5? Depends on how fast your access is to your email to verify the account. I've opened literally dozens. It's so easy. I open them all the time. It takes longer than 15 minutes though to learn that brokerage's interface. Yeah, but all of the interfaces are better than Fidelity with the exception of what? Vanguard? Wait until they find out you're allowed to have multiple at the same time within one brokerage. Did you guys know that in WeBull you can trade margin on one account till you burn all your PDT, and then you can transfer all the money over to your cash account and trade on your cash account until your margin account has day trades back, and then just rinse and repeat? Wait, what? Yeah. Like we see you do every day. Yeah, actually. Where is my pen? Oh, there it is. I have 7 glasses on my table. I can't deal with this. It doesn't take a few days to settle. No, it's like 15 minutes, if that. Are bulls going for 58.50? 58.50 is still a massive resistance. They've pushed us up into 58.50, but we'll probably see in the money positions take profit as we find resistance, more and more resistance here. We're going to lose 40 though. And if we lose 40, do we test 25? Possibly. What could it fall to on profit taking? Depends where profits are taken first. I mean, we could sit here for a while profits are taken. The drop off in gamma to the downside is getting a tiny bit steeper, but not very much. Ooh. Well, I think I will. Take a moment to look at this V. Does it happen every day, like the sunset? Yes. Do I still like watching the sunset? You betcha. But still a lower high. Again, yeah, I mean, this whole week, just constant mean reversion, right? Can't push too high, can't drop too low. All of the positioning still between like 53 or 58.35 and 58.50. That's why we keep pulling back into that range. So even if we lose like GN or we move above 58.50, we'll probably just move right back below it. I guess we did move above 58.50 overnight. I wouldn't do zero DTE ones though, Evans, because we could stay overextended into close, right, and then pull back. Oh, by the way, Yellen's still doing yield curve control. She's the best. What's another $1.3 trillion in U.S. deficits over the next 2 quarters? Who gives a shit, right? Spend it. Spend the current tax flows, the future tax flows, and then money that will actually never exist because the birth rates are down. Moody's cares. Treat your government. Moody will take 100 under the table. Did not say anything. Yeah. What we got? Pending home sales moved up. For September, so prior to the cuts. So it looks like some people jumped into the housing market when rates were diving going into the Fed cut. If that one scene from The Big Short is accurate, then Moody's is super shady. All of the ratings agencies are super shady. They're just, I mean, they're just another, like, effectively like another SRO, right? They, they don't do much. They're fully staffed by the people they're supposed to be, assessing risk and monitoring. It's just another revolving door in the series of revolving doors. I may or may not routinely track Janet Yellen's age with the average female life expectancy in America. We're almost free from that evil habit. How's that different to the people that scored subprime loans at AAA rated in 2007? It's actually not that different. It's almost like the regulations that were put in place to stop that behavior were somehow removed. Curious. I forgive Yanet. I'm taking the same approach on my debt, using short-dated revolving debt to pay off your long-term debt and keep your yields down. Was that by a certain orange man? It was. It was. No. I'm not talking about Glass-Steagall. I'm talking about the measures put into place after 2008 that were intended to replace Glass-Steagall and were then repealed by Trump. Especially for regional banks. Actually, that means we have another 10 years with her. The age expectancy is at birth. Once you pass it, you get a new expected age of death. Fuck. Oh, wait. I mean, she has to stay, like, mentally cogent, right? Because we have that sort of check on our political figures. She can't just like slowly lose her mind or slip into Alzheimer's while in office, right? Guys? Hey. Yes, thank fuck. Oh. That would have been really concerning. She could have dementia and she's still more qualified than anyone who could fire her. It's unfortunately true. I mean, I'll give Yellen that. She is knowledgeable. But that makes her 10 times more evil. She's also a Yale economist, and they don't know how to do math, which is a big problem. Ooh, Gherkin and his Stanford econ degree are getting competitive. How dare you? The technical term is old timers. I would never get a degree in economics. That's like getting a degree in philosophy. She's not unintelligent, just dumb. She's not dumb. But that's to be expected from anyone that doesn't realize Keynesian economics and MMT or how you make a time bomb. No, they know that. They just don't care. They'll be dead by the time it goes off. Reagan had Alzheimer's his second term and was totally chill, man. Did you end up doing that master's program? I did like half of it, and then they keep bugging me. It was really boring. So I just like don't have the time. I might finish it one day. Although they are going to keep my money if I push it out much longer. I think I got about like 8 or 9 semesters, and then they tell me to go fuck myself. I was trying to be nice and say they're dumb because the alternative is they're malicious. They're malicious. You can always pay someone to finish it for you. It doesn't really have the same feeling of accomplishment. And okay, that's a good point. Hold here until close. You say that and you think it's funny, but it makes me hate you. Oh, did Riley have earnings today? What are their earnings? When data today? I think we're past most of it. White House, we are clear-eyed that key costs need to be lowered. Oh, because the White House started talking at 9:45. Oh, the White House pumped the market. At 9:36, Biden said GDP report shows how much the economy has strengthened. At 9:41, the White House said we anticipate payroll numbers will be lower this week because of disruptive hurricanes. Nope. Those numbers will not affect the underlying trend of several months, that the labor market is resilient, obviously. And we're clear-eyed that the key costs need to be lowered, but we're seeing progress. Ooh, and the Treasury is going to conduct weekly liquidity support buybacks of $4 billion per operation. They expect to issue 1 or 2 cash management bills in late November to meet cash needs at the time. They're going to increase the Jan 10-year TIPS new issue auction size by $1 billion to $20 billion, or by $30 billion in off-the-run securities for liquidity support. They will raise bill auction sizes based on expected fiscal outflows. So the more they spend, the more short-term debt they're going to issue. They're going to raise the 5-year TIPS by $1 billion. They're planning on buying $22.5 billion in 1-month to 2-year securities for cash management. We're going to keep the November 10-year TIPS auction sizes the same. Hmm. Are you familiar with VTubers? And can we look forward to being part of your 2025 character arc? I'm not familiar with any VTubers, but I've heard of them. And no, I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry, Bert Stew, but blue meanies are nightmarish. Just because the Beatles thought it would be a great idea to do a bunch of LSD and make a children's movie does not make that movie good. Gherk is already a VTuber. Hmm. Interesting. Up or down, Gherk? Flat. Yellow Submarine was a masterpiece. Oh, Jesus. I enjoy the music. It's completely random, I know. Well, it's the Beatles. The Beatles actually weren't involved. Yeah, except for the voicing all of the characters part. I'm not ready to have the Creedence Clearwater Revival Beatles argument again. Tight box. Could be stuck in one, yeah. Are you just figuring out now what it means to be the world's reserve currency? Bob's just been throwing you the nicest compliments lately, Dork. I think he's just really proud that he got you to put microgreens on your food. He's being snide as fuck. You're too sensitive. I never even noticed what he says before Dirk double taps him. You know what, Dork? I'm gonna take some money out of the company budget, and we're gonna send you to the Cordon Bleu. And then you can post images of 1950s French dishes in the Discord. And that'll really get them going. They'll be perfect, but they'll also look like they were made in the 50s. Aspic? All the aspic. This megaphone gonna break? Maybe. The in the money call positioning has trimmed a little, but not much. Hmm. WM's getting a little bounce. Bouncy bounce. Look at Carvana go. Yep. We're literally one bad decision away from a 2,500 point drop on Dow. Probably not wrong. Well, one bad data print. use 37. Any support here? 40, I guess. That's a failure. Right. Ooh, someone's selling the 40 put. Curious. Aggressively. No. Future sell pressure still looks pretty stable. I need to lose 35, 30. I need to lose 30 for gamma to fall negative. So this move down has still got a little bit of support. However, with the bot puts, that support may be insufficient. Especially if in the money calls continue to trim. Bot calls at 40. Okay. I don't think, yeah, so I don't think a loss of 38 would be violent. Well, not particularly. But a loss of 30 could be. Looks a bit grindy. 630 support. Higher high, 42, NQ 2650. NQ's retesting VWAP. What's ES doing? ES bounced off yesterday's close, back above 58.74, but lower high. Didn't test 85. Still looks weak. Is 30 supportive here? I don't think so. Doing yields, turning back around. Correlation's breaking down though pretty quickly. The forward yield on vol is picking up. Carry leverage fell under 8. Didn't they enjoy being under both GNs again? It's a bit risky. Surely we can cleanly fail 40 again today, even if it's short-lived. Yeah, that doesn't even seem improbable. Well, it's just a question of how short-lived and how much we fail it by. Breadth is going to be a little bit stronger today, though. RSP's up like 16 points. ES is up like 9, so it's... Okay, NQ's down 24. So tech's the thing that gets hammered here a little. So it depends on how hard tech gets hammered, really. I think a move back to 25.50 seems perfectly reasonable. Can't spell crimes without SMC and I. Haha. Well played. You can't spell SAGs without ESG. Hmm. Is the consolidation bullish? Or is it not? Plenty of puts here at spot. Gamma's getting a little bit steeper to the downside. Support at 35 is trimming a bit. Meta Microsoft tonight. Yeah, I believe so. Discord audio down, or is it just on my end? I think it might be on your end. Looks like it's working for me. It'd be very interesting if this inverse head and shoulders on NQ fails. Maybe it just bleeds off slowly. I wonder if I blow my vape smoke directly at the camera, if it'll make me feel like a wizard. Huh. There's no better way to ensure the value of the option you're trying to buy doesn't go down than setting a buy order. Depends. Is it long bottom leaf? I don't know. I could get some shipped in from the Shire. I mean, New Zealand. Learning to read the ES book map is a wild adventure and mostly a waste of time. Unfavorites that side quest. Yeah, that's a lot of assumptive bullshit. and presumptive that future dealers are only invested in creating efficient markets. Wait, did my buy order fill or did I just cancel it? Did they cancel it? I would like to go down more now, please. 58.25. Fuck, this is boring. Oh, hey, and Q lost 26.50. The end is nigh. Maybe. Is SMCI a dork play? I don't think so. Is that 20%? We lost 37. No, that was fun. Range down to 25? Yeah, potentially. Another failure of support here. And NQ push through D600 maybe. Oh, 2600. Right. Some volume on SPX. Well, SPX doesn't really have volume. It's volume on ES is moderately high this morning, although kind of slumping a bit now as we get into the latter part of the day. Tested 11 earlier. A little support coming in on NQ, but not a lot. A single 5830p can make you 600k if SPX closes the day at $0. About 583k. But yeah, good. Who do you think's gonna buy it off of you? Got the bounce. I'm not sure. Looks like the put selling didn't actually go all that well. I'm not sure NQ has any buyers, which could be a problem for a bounce here. Gamma's a little positive here, but not very much. Let me put oil on one of the charts. It's doing stuff. It's going up. Test 2639, much higher low. What's up, Mac? Still below the puts here. There's a few puts being bought at 30, but not a ton. I wonder if those are just moaning. That'd be awkward. Lower high. I don't know if that's been established yet, but possibly. So far, NQ has not made it back above 2650. They're selling the 35 like crazy. They're selling the 35. I wouldn't say like crazy, but it's definitely getting a little bit of action. Nice. BlackRock buying into Fubo. Let's go. I wonder who the individual largest consumer of bean dip in America is. The Midwest? It's got to be like Ohio, Indiana, or Illinois. Maybe. No. Yeah. I'm going to stick with my initial assumption. Texas? Is bean dip really popular in Texas? What do you think will happen at Reddit? Out of its current chain is 120. They'll open up new strikes and then vol will get shorted. Okay, little bullish push. Three is mildly supported. Yeah, not really. Just pushed back above the bot puts. NQ still testing view up. A little bit of a vol short on that, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to do anything. Interesting. Push up a little higher. Another bounce off yesterday's close, huh? Maybe this just fails. There's nothing to squeeze. Same high. Don't think I want to set these all day. NQ lower high. SPX slightly higher. yields looking? Yields are kind of pushing back up. Today's range, 35 to 50. There's a lot of bot puts still. Question is, do we get more profit taking here on the end the money calls, or do we get in the money sold puts? Gamma starting to fall off more steeply to the downside. It seems like they can avoid the bot puts. We're sitting in the middle of them. Here at 45, we're sitting in the middle of them. How much higher can move grind up before something breaks? I mean, it'd be correlation, right? Correlation would start to break down. Or, well, break up. At least that's what I'd be watching. We're getting a little bit of that today. Move's not that high right now. I mean, it's elevated, but it's not crazy. JPM above risk. There is no upside risk on the position. Slowly earning that $6 a credit on JPM. Nice. Huh. Is GoEV being shorted? Probably. Is it down? All-time lows. It'll make more of those. Yeah, it looks like it's getting a little bit more liquid. Yeah. Today's gonna be just awful, isn't it? Lamb. Looks like the shorts are very correct on GoEV. Yeah. That's why the puts are so expensive. I mean, there's like a 90% chance the company goes under. Ooh. Test. Interesting. Breath. Pumping. What is there up here? A giant synthetic short at 58.50. Hmm. Hmm. 42. Some calls at 50. One calls. Short calls. Bot puts. Still bot puts to the downside. Lie to me. We're getting a new all-time high today. I doubt it. Tech's still underperforming. Even if Dow and Russell are moving up. Yields positive now across the 5 and 10 year. Correlation getting a little bit back under control. Leverage back above 8x, but forward yield on vol still above 4%. 640 support. 600 support. I read the other day Gravy had to take out $1 million loan from their CEO's company to keep their lights on. I think they have like $100 million in cash. I don't know why they would do that. Not that they've spent it on anything useful or relevant, but they do have money in the bank. The upside gamma building. That was just like yesterday. Just trying to squeeze out the short calls again. It's so fucking boring. Will they manage though? No way to tell. If they're successful, then yes. There's still bot puts at 50, 45, 35, or 50, 45, 35, 40. Oh. All the strikes underneath us. Fucking damn it. Correlation starting to break down a little bit again. Maybe we get the goodies. Up or down goodies? Down goodies. Shockingly, NQ's bounce is still not very strong. And it looks like it's starting to fill VWAP again. Although it may just find buyers again, right? There's still a little out of the money bull positioning from last night, isn't there? Not much. Above like 5,900. Yeah, but I mean, those probably aren't printing. They didn't really cost anything anyway. Just like out of the money hedges. And GDP wasn't too shocking either way, so. A lot of what we're running into is that, like, you know, bulls want this at 58.50, bears wanted at 58.30. It's mostly just them fighting over it all fucking day. Ugh. Was it yesterday's new person with 100% win rate, right? Did we hit 58.64? Did BTC go to 76K? We did not, and it didn't. Is the Carvana rug going to get pulled on earnings tonight? Probably not. Their cash flows are still going to be improving because of their payment in kind. Didn't go if you get 200 million in funding? How is this not bullish medium term? Because they haven't done anything with the fucking money. Just the act of having money is not sufficient. They actually have to do something with it, which they have repeatedly failed to do over and over and over again. Don't you think GME is holding well? I don't know what it's doing. I'm not watching it at all. Oh, look, it almost tapped 25. Good for them. GME matters? No, it doesn't. Who told you that? Jim Cramer. Oh, so boring. Slowly getting a bit more short vol. But we're also getting more bot puts at 45.40 again. I'm not sure one really outweighs the other. Stuck here above 35 the rest of the day. Maybe. Let's see what happens. I don't think this support's all that strong, but there is some support. I want to put, but bulls always win. I don't know if there's anything to win here. $50 on SPX, same like $1.85 for Fubo. Fubo is not in the S&P 500. M earnings bullish? I don't know. Macy's is pretty cheap right now. Maybe they should have taken the buyout offer. This is amazing. No one wants to buy tech. No one wants to buy breadth. But we're up. Well, fucking why? Wind down. Patience. Has Fubo IV been dropping? I don't think so. No, not really. It's going up quite a lot on the near term. bounce failed a little bit there at support. Maybe we get a tiny bit of weakness. This is just kind of distributing out like short puts, long calls, taking some profits. Nothing particularly interesting happening. About a put, prepare for the sold 50C to get squeezed. I don't think that's happening either. I mean, most of those contracts are this Friday. There's not a lot of them just on the 0 DT. I didn't make money on the early bounce. Regrets? Yeah, I can see that. So now we're stuck in chop, which is the fucking worst. You breathing in the mic sounds like Darth Vader. Are you our father? No. Gross. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Yeah, this is not fun. I'm trading micro futures for the first time today. Nice not getting wrecked by theta. Yeah, that's one of the benefits. It's kind of neat. Watch for a bounce on the gap fill. We still have a bit of support here. Not a ton, but a bit. It's getting a little bit more bullishly positioned into Friday. So bulls might be expecting NFP to be a little bit hotter now. Continuation of the downside will require a sell-off in get a sell-off on NQ. NQ is still kind of consolidating a bit. Still no volume anywhere to be found. There are still bot puts to the downside. Gamma now flattens out below 35. The supportive calls are largely gone. So that profit taking a bit of a toll on the support here. Not really sure where IV starts to move up though. IV would move up under 40. It would start to tick up. Picks up a lot at 35.25. So expect some resistance there, I would suppose. I'd be lucky to test 35, to be honest. I don't think so. I mean, gamma falls off from 45 to 25 pretty steadily, even 20. I think the idea that there is a significant amount of support here is kind of ludicrous. Like, we got pumped up, but on calls, not on sold puts, which is a very different dynamic than, like, the charm bleed pushing us up into the end of the day. Who offered to buy out AMD? I didn't hear anything about that. Already got the gap fill bounce. Yeah, back here. That green candle. Still bleeding a bit. Waiting for NQ to lose 2650. If NQ finds buyers at 2650, then we're gonna fucking sit here a little longer. And it will probably find buyers at 2650. Although it'd be nice if it doesn't and this just collapses. Nvidia should buy UNH. They're invincible. Neat. Just need a little bit more sell pressure. Ooh, slipped. $43 levels important. This is where we bounced last time. We start sliding here, vol will pick up. Gamma starts to fall off more quickly to the downside from this point on. Ooh, lower low. Some of the 30 puts that were sold getting pressured. Let's see how much short vols are trading. Looks like the 35-30 short vols pulling back. Still decent support at 25 though. Just need NQ's 2 failed bounces to dump it. Where did this catch support last time? 20, basically like 2,600. Yeah, 40 puts a lot of in the money calls and out of the money bot puts. In the money bot calls and out of the money bot puts. Flips those positions. So a loss of 40 is kind of a big deal. The gamma's already starting to fall off. At least 40, if 37, gamma moves negative. We want to see support here fail also. I wish this was more interesting. Lots of support, yeah. It's bleeding out, but there is a lot of it. The out of the money, or in the money, sorry, bot calls, which there are quite a lot of. Well, they're very evenly distributed. I guess there's not a lot of them. There's a lot at 40, but that's about it. The rest of the strikes in the money almost all have bot calls, but there are not very many of them left. So the majority of bot calls near spot are now at 40. And so if they lose those, or those capitulate, there's really no support to the downside till we get to like the bigger piles of sold puts at like 25 and 15. And NQ's still just failing a little. Retested 50 and failed. I'd like to see some more sell pressure on it though. I'm surprised it's not picking up any sellers. Usually when NQ bounces above VWAP and then fails like that multiple times, it starts to pick up like more and more sellers. Usually start getting lower lows, not higher lows. Ubisoft just launched their first NFT-based game. Better get in on that while it's hot property. But thank God GameStop has a fully functional NFT marketplace in the bag. Too soon, Gherk? Sorry. Ryan Cohen was early and wrong. Yeah, he really sucks. It's all part of the plan for Ubisoft to make money. Yeah, it is. How satisfying is it that GME performed exactly as you stated today? It's irrelevant. It won't be remembered. It's only when you say bullish things about stocks and then they do bullish things. That's the only legacy in the stock market. I'll remind you when the price goes up. Please don't. Unless you're Burry. Burry's probably one of the best living analysts. And he is a crazy person. But he is largely treated like a crazy person. You can say history never remembers the bears. They only remember the really, really degenerate bears. Grit, do you think SPX will be flatter than T-Swift's backside this afternoon? No. I've just set my monthly reminder to ask Gherk what's up with GME price action in 30 days. Why can't I get rid of that fucking stock? It's like I sold it, but it's still there, haunting me. Don't you guys have anyone else you can ask about GME? There's got to be someone. I mean, I know they're idiots. But who cares, right? It's GME. He's just too intelligent for us to understand. Who, Burry? No, he's not. He's just nuts. He's nuts and he doesn't understand a lot of concepts. Did you cover the data this morning? Yeah, this morning. Can you give us beta access to Gamma Strike just for GME? I already posted the fucking data from Gamma Strike on GME in the Discord. Halloween stream card idea. GME haunting you. Synthetic calls on what? On GameStop? No. I just sell naked calls every time it runs above Gamma Max. Thanks for the liquidity, bulls. No, Burry is absolutely crazy as fuck. The pandemic did not treat his mental health well. he got really wrapped up in conspiracy, like every conspiracy, and was already like that anyway, so it just got worse. It'd be really cool if we just don't find fucking support here for another hour. How about that? But he's filthy rich. Yeah, he is. Yes. If you guys ever go back and like you really want to dig into him and go read his analysis of like companies from back in the day that he used to post in like stock forums and stuff, that man can find value in the most obscure fucking places. Neither was Burry. I think Twitter had a lot to do with Burry being crazier. Are bulls stabilizing this here? No, we're just at support. They're not like adding to anything. Not really. Positioning is at the world's most boring equilibrium right here. I only have a lazy eye. Can I be a doctor too? Yeah, yeah, and a market seer. A proper stop loss on a 0DT QQQ call if price of contract is $1 and 10-20% or wider than that. I mean, I assume that's fairly far out of the money, so or maybe it's not. I don't know what QQQ vol looks like right now, but I would say you're at least $1 out of the money, right? I mean, you could have it wider if you wanted to. Generally, out of the money contracts with the reduction in premium, you need the wider stop because the percentage moves in the contract are greater. At the money contracts, 10-20% risk. Out of the money contracts, kind of a different story. Holy shit. Let's fucking go. These $5 gains feel great. Can't wait for us to find support and I still get stopped out of the loss. Oh, no. A little bit of bearish pressure. Ooh. Someone's selling the fucking 45-40 call or 45 and 50 calls. Dangerous. It's a good fucking way to get squeezed out. Someone's feeding the bulls? Not yet, but it could get them slightly excited. Upstart, I mean, what does this company even do? They lend people money who have bad credit. Subprime predatory lender, but they use AI. Tech attempting to goon. So it's already failed. Still a lot of bot puts here. Actually enough that it's almost supportive. 58.35. And 25. Yeah, just slip a little. Momentum looks like dog shit, but maybe that's just because volume sucks. Oh, thank you did fail. Need a lower low though. That's not it. Under 26, 36, 75. Ooh, we're gonna get it. No, kill the dip buyers. Maybe breadth will just sell off. Where are yields right now? Yeah. Okay, we did get a lower low. Just barely. bull trap? SPX didn't get a lower low though. Bear trap. More of that. Test of 25 would be cool. Test of 30 would be fine. Although I think 35 is probably the most likely outcome here. If we fail. Which we have yet to do. They really don't want those long puts at 40 going in the money. Feet. What about feet? Oh, I see. Might not a test of 20? Unlikely. We'd need a lot of momentum to the downside. And momentum's not something we're getting a lot of today. If you haven't noticed. Yeah, they're still pulling back their short puts. So some of the bulls are letting this go a bit. Snail. Yep. I want another lower low. Did we just gap? Okay, filled. Shall extends 24-hour trading to include S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, and hundreds of ETFs. Neato. Why does FUBO usually go down after beating earnings? Because people short the spike in vol. If that vol rises and then vol falls following earnings. What can you tell us about the stock market and elections? Any rule of thumb or expectation? It's a completely random event. Will the market react differently depending on who's elected? Yes. And both reactions will probably be violent. The market mostly cares about economic and fiscal policy. So, monetary and fiscal policy. Trump's almost a guarantee of faster pace of rate cuts, but also huge deficit spending. I didn't know you were voting for Trump. I'm not voting for anybody. They're both fucking idiots. I'm not going to cast votes for shitty candidates. Come on, it's the American way. Nah. I live in New York anyway. It's not like my vote matters. It's not like I don't live in a swing state or anything. Which lizard has your best interests in mind? Neither of them. Also, neither of them are competent or qualified to be president. Boo what? It's fine. I'm voting for Jill Stein anyway. I thought she was like off the ballot. Who was the last qualified and competent president? I mean, Biden was qualified until his brain went bye-bye. Obama wasn't bad. Clinton was okay. Bush Sr. was competent. You don't have to time anyone out, Fluffy. I don't think it's gonna get that crazy. I think the people still left don't really have strong feelings either way. If we make JPEG the Pope of finance, can we have an infinite bull market? No. I mean, so if Kamala gets elected, she's just gonna, you know, continue the economic policy which we currently have, which is unsustainable. If Trump gets elected, who the fuck knows what he's gonna do? He's batshit crazy. He has the grasp of international finance equivalent to a 5-year-old. So I mean, you don't win either way. There's no winning. And picking the better of two losses is just something I don't really feel like doing. Everybody with rich daddies goes to Wharton. C's get degrees, popcorn. You went to some college. Isn't your job as a New Yorker to protect us from your people? No. You missed the follow-up statement. 4-year-old. I was a C student. Thank you very much. Isn't not picking the less damaging option same like overholding a bad position? Do you want to clarify that? I said C minus. Are you saying SPX would revert to mean? Like, I will just be mean and chop all day, so it's boring? It's not fun. I think even if we went to like 30 and I make a bunch of money, I'm not going to be happy. And that's weird because that's the only thing that makes me happy. That and puzzles. I like puzzles. I say elite sarcastically because while admissions are selective, everyone is dumb everywhere. I was a rock solid B student. I went to an elite private university full of folks with rich daddies, but not really rich daddies, except for internationals. Oh, so you went to like a religious college. Nice. Have you been walking? Yes, actually. The last couple days. I just have to make it a habit. More vol. Ooh. Someone closed some of their calls for a profit. Not a lot of them, but a few of them. It'd be really cool if NQ would just sell the fuck off. There's no more upside. Everything's already overvalued. There's no more money. Fuck no more upside. There's just no more money. We need to make money to go higher. When the banking system's not making it fast enough. Shouldn't have closed those spreads, J-Pal. Silly, silly boy. tell him Yelly's working on it. The Treasury doesn't issue currency or they don't increase money supply. Not really. Like, I just want to meet the asshole that's like, I need to buy NQ at 26.50. Long it, boys. And I just want to kick him right in the dick. Good luck finding it. It's more of a kick in the general vicinity of where the dick might be. Waiting for my wire to go through so I can average my 5800s down. Ran out of settled cash. Oh boy. We can't even break below 5840, and you're buying 5800s? I mean, I like the enthusiasm. You're welcome. I want to close my puts for a profit, but profitability, the time spent profitable can be measured in milliseconds. Why did I buy these? Just fucking sitting here gooning myself. Ooh. It's Russell Crowe? What is? I'm buying 4,800 Ps. Jesus. No, we get 5,800 before I can average down. I'll be okay with it. Alright. Nvidia needs to lose 140. Ooh, that'd be cool. Before Microsoft and Meta earnings? Seems unlikely. Tech is too resilient here. Yeah, it really shouldn't be either. I mean, correlations kind of coming apart at the seams right now. But it clearly hasn't hit a break point. We probably need the dollar to fall under 104. I don't think any of the data today is really going to drive that, though. Correlation just moved a little bit more. Oh my god, profits. Yes, please. Vol's starting to turn up. I can't wait for this to fail, drop $2, and then find fucking support again. Just let it go. Holy shit, Gamma just went negative. It's time to ride. One more dollar. Oh, fun. Hmm. not breaking down at this point. I guess we'll see if we fill these gaps or not. I don't think we're breaking up either. Don't forget there's bot puts, a lot of bot puts at 40. So 40 is a resistance on the upside move. Harder to bounce it here. A little bit harder to bounce it here. If we get above 40, it can move right back up again. But NQ is still a little weak. And these at the money sold puts. Could get squeezed. This is not a lot different than what the bulls were doing on the upside earlier. Except the other way and with less pressure. More fail, we'll see. We need to fill that gap down at 80 or 37. Or NQ needs to continue to sell off. And it needs to sell off below 636. Which so far it's been completely incapable of doing. I don't think there's any data that we're waiting on. It's just shitty positioning. I will say that the lack of sell pressure on the 35 contract is probably good for the bears. Correlation's still breaking down. Dispersion is still breaking down. Correlation is moving up steadily, but no change in NQ. I hate continuations in this market so much right now. At least I got to pull my risk back. That was way too much for this choppy ass price action. We tested 38.35 earlier, and now it's at 38.50. Yeah, that's definitely possible here as well. We could get a hard bounce. I just think we need to move a little bit lower to get it, because there's not a lot of put selling encouraged here. Like they don't want to sell the 35 put for nothing, right? They'd much rather let it rocket and then sell it for, like $8 or $7 than sell it for, try to keep selling it at $4. It's far less attractive, right? Better to sell it in the money than out of the money. Which gap? Down here? I don't think we need to worry about those right now. Getting very close to setting a lower low on NQ. Oh, we set a lower low. Nice. Already have 3. That's probably enough. This shit is gonna put me to sleep. Someone say something funny. I bought a call. We should be good to go. Ugh. Thank you, mascot. Gherk is making a cookbook. Theta burn greater than drop. Yeah, unfortunately. Did you see the tram crashing into the Apple store in Norway? No, I did not. How does a tram crash? Aren't they on a track? Okay, I'm eating fish sticks for lunch. Please don't pick on me. You only told us because you want to be picked on. It's very obvious. And so we will not. No kink shaming. Exactly. What do you call a beehive without an exit? Unbelievable. Wow. I got permanently banned from s/rant. Is this what Bob feels like? I don't even know what that subreddit is. Was it because of your own rant? You said funny, not depressing. Have you given up on creating AI music masterpieces? No, I just haven't had a lot of time lately. And it's extraordinarily time consuming. I don't know what I want my next financial themed AI album to be about. I'm still reeling from the world tour on the back of the last one. It's gonna take me some time to recover. Does it make you respect prompt engineers now? No, it just makes me feel like AI is even stupider than I thought it was in the first place. Pickleman presents the recovery tour. Oh, look, YouTube has introduced super chat goals. What the fuck is this? You can share what you plan to do when you meet that goal. For example, picking a new game to play, hosting a Q&A on a specific topic, or extending your live stream. What the fuck? What is this horseshit? Pickle charge. I'm gonna grift it right now. Boom. Oh, you did it too soon, Brett. Oh no, don't stop me out. Whatever shall I do? Gross. Yeah, short it. Let's go. Somebody do something. There's no downside gaps this time. Does this count? Yep. Seems solved. I can end it now. Ah, you got it. I've never seen anyone make boredom look so hot. Regards, Kiki. Don't let YouTube rip you off like that. We did it. Goal accomplished. What a stupid feature. I unzipped my pants and took out my tip. Of course you did, Grim 2. Secret. Oh my god, you guys can reply to people's super chats now? I need to go watch like a real live stream and see what people do. Maybe I'm just doing this all wrong. It's not a secret thread. They're all just in the main chat. You're the only one doing it right. That can't be true. There's this smaller channel in the middle of the megaphone, like the little mouth inside the xenomorph's big mouth. Yes, there is. You'd be disgusted. You guys don't want to see me do yoga and see-through pants? Oh well. That's the only thing we want? Don't turn it into only Gherks. Fine. I literally give you like 4 high-level things to do to shill better. I never saw your trade report. Did you? Oh, this failure is so awesome. Great. Bulls suck too. Bulls and bears both just sucking. Let's not get away from the topic of see-through yoga pants too fast. Too late. I just want to feel something today. They sold puts and then they immediately pulled them back. They're like, whew, 10%. Shut it down. Maybe the Bulls forgot that Microsoft earnings were tonight. Your poll numbers are lagging. You need to boost engagement, or viewers are electing a new stream host. Hashtag make Gherkin great again. What poll numbers? I don't know how to boost engagement. We sit here staring at a chart all day. And it's only engaging if you're overextended. Would you like us all to submit pictures of ourselves for you to stare at? I don't know. Are you hot? I feel hurt, Gherk. I might go eat pho now. That's like the most recent combo we have in DMs. I'll go look. If I remember correctly, it seemed like a bunch of insurmountable tasks. We got like a new little baby megaphone forming. Ooh, bearish thing. But vol didn't move. Why is vol not moving? Oh, because they're selling shitloads of puts. It should be low enough for us to get a continuation. Oh. Aggressive bullish things. Should just stayed in my puts. Fucking stop losses. VIX almost hit 20. support here. $133. So quite a lot of the day left. Looks almost back at 20. Oop, lower low. More bot puts. VIX at 20. This is the last line of support. No, it's just gonna fail. No, we got momentum. That's what I get for doubting myself. Why did I ever do such a thing? The boredom beat me. Don't like it. Careful of bounces. Bulls will definitely want to sell puts here. I don't know how strong of one. We're under gamma neutral now. But they'll sell puts until they fail at selling puts. I guess should be the way to look at that. I think they just sold at failing puts. Bold strategy. It's their only strategy. So all-time highs. We've done nothing but sell puts, and we're all out of ideas. What's gamma look like below here? 20s kind of where it bottoms out. I hate when the market does exactly what I say it'll do. It just does it in the worst possible way. Maybe that's the strategy. How do I capitalize on the market being a piece of shit? They were just selling puts here. I feel like they've probably now stopped because the puts they sold just got burned. Voo and chill. Gross. It's 2 days where I'm here for all the nothing, and I AFK 5 to 10, and that's exactly when stuff happens. Yeah, well, I mean, that's because there's so much gamma around like 35 to 50, right? So it's like any moves that happen are probably going to be like outsized and over very quickly, which is super shitty, obviously, but what are you going to do? from down 75% to averaging down to be down 50% to up 70% and getting stopped out at 70%. I'm not happy I overheld. I'm not happy it paid off, and I'm not happy it could have paid off more. That was the worst fucking laggiest shit drop. I hate absolutely everything about it. You can just buy stuff and forget it exists for decades. Yeah, if you want to barely beat inflation. What's a world in which the SPX goes up 20% in under a year? Yeah, but because you were averaging up in 2019 and 2021, you're not up 20%. You're just like slightly back to even. Stop putting out the flaws in the strategy. It's difficult. Thank you, found support. Call time. Gamma's still negative down here. Probably not. I probably want to get back above GN. Gonna give it all back today. I don't know. A lot of the bot calls sold off on the drop. Finally, they might give back a little bit of it. Remember, mean reversion all week back to 35 in the most boring and awful way. 25's too solid, probably. I mean, 25's bullish support, but it's like the only bullish support. And then there's puts at 40, so the range is a bit narrow. Ew. It's gonna fucking fill that gap, huh? Probably. What else is there to do today? Same thing we do every day and try to take over the world. Yeah. Tech rejection. Sheesh. Yep. We have resistance now. Oof, VIX. Right back up again. That's 20 cents, but whatever. I guess someone's puts just blew up, or they pulled them back. Well, this looks fucking terrible. How would you guys feel about being stuck between 25 and 35 all day? For the rest of the day. Well, butterfly time. Yeah. It's an option. We got 2 hours left. I don't know if spot's the best place, but maybe we get pinned to like DN or GN. Actually, a little bit below weekly GN here, also, which is lower than the monthly one. Head and Shoulders? Like a little baby one, yeah. We should be able to test 20. That's where gamma's kind of the lowest. But if we fall to 20, we may just end up there. So being here at 25 is at least leaves the possibility of a room, some room to move one way or the other.
Spicy tuna roll. Put their pickle in my jar. Punchies, chica, squat, 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 punchies,
Well
chica,
played.
squat, punchies, chica, squat 3.
Is that a challenge? I don't think so. If Microsoft and Meta earnings are good, is it enough to pump this overnight? What, back to 58.50? Could be. Yeah. What if they're not? And then we just do nothing. Okay. How many times have you been asked about SMCI? Not too much, actually. They fucking kneecapped Lisa Sue, so Mag 6 now? AMD wasn't part of the Mag 7. Mag 7's Tesla, Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Meta, Google, and Amazon. I know it's lame. I bought a bunch of SMCI just now. Really? Interesting.
Gherkin, please senpai, I humbly ask that Kenny put their pickle in my jar. Jeffrey Epstein, 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 Jeffrey Epstein 3.
Jesus Christ. The financier? I guess so. He's dead. You should have mentioned Diddy. Diddy's not dead. Yet. What are you eating? An Oreo. Or like, yeah, well, it's just an Oreo. They're not even double stuffed. They're just regular fucking Oreos. And one of them is put together backwards. The fuck is a Tim Tam? It sounds British. Like a biscuit. Hey, we're filling the gap. Nice. I'm bored too, Popcorn. I'm bored too. Did we fail to fill the gap? That seems unrealistic. Some cheap out of my Fubo calls that get slaughtered in the pre-market. Nice. Think of all the political ads that Meta has sold in the last quarter. But they're not reporting this quarter yet. That'll be next quarter. Also, I mean, that's not going to account for billions of dollars in revenue. Hmm. This fucking sucks. Let's watch oil. At least oil's breaking out. Trying to. So SMCI, that's silly. Yep. Eventually, crime catches up. I can't believe Reddit is at 113.81. Yep, ran right to the top of its options chain. Imagine how cheap NVIDIA cards will be once NVIDIA blows up. I mean, they're not going to blow up, but they could do with some reevaluation. Thoughts on market's potential if Musk gets his cabinet position? I don't think he would. But it seems highly unrealistic. Ooh, oil broke up. Fuck yeah. Can you please add an SMCI "You Are Here" graphic tee to the Pickle Jar merch store? Thanks in advance. Didn't Musk have a cabinet position Trump's first term and quit? I think so. Or was invited to and didn't accept. That is a nice V on oil. What are your thoughts on Beyond? Usually Shortfall pumps the stock on or after earnings, which is coming up next week. I haven't looked at it in a little bit. Hmm. Hmm. Sort of position again and Beyond, but not much. I mean, it's probably not going to drop much below 6 on the chain. That was a fucking sick breakout on oil. US buying oil? Not at these fucking prices. Are people really worried about Trump winning? Seems unlikely. Electoral college is what it is. True, but he lost a lot of his voter base. It's not like we have substantially more people now. Like, he would have had to have swayed people who didn't vote for him the last time. Like, I don't know, mathematically it seems really unlikely. He's gaining in every demographic? Based on what? Fucking polls that have never been right in the history of the US? COVID was hard to manage. Yeah, no, I mean, everyone fucked that up, right? Up 60% on SoFi calls, the knowledge you put out there. Awesome, man. Well done. Did they beat today or something? Or did they have earnings? I don't know. Your information bias is getting all over everything. I love how everyone just like, for politics, is just in their like own fucking echo chamber and they believe everything that's said inside that echo chamber. We all know what Bob's profile pic is. Biden called half of America trash last night. Sounds about right. It's more than half, but you know, what are you gonna do? Biden's still cognizant. Just a moment of clarity. Who knows? I made money on SoFi puts yesterday. They beat earnings and raised guidance, but having been a bag holder in the past, I knew they get shorted hard as fuck. Yeah, but the half upset about it today wasn't upset when they were calling people garbage. Oh, Jesus Christ. Who fucking cares? Honestly. It doesn't make a fucking difference who wins. Whoever wins, the other party will win the Senate, and they'll block everything they try to do. In other news, apparently Diddy didn't diddle anyone over 140 pounds. I fixed that for you. Which has me rethinking Ozempic. Isn't there one with like less side effects? What's it called? God damn it. I should know this. Poopy. What's the name of the other one? Wegovy? That might be it. Exercise. Ew. Who wants to do that when you could just jam a needle in your leg? It's just all the thin people suffering. Manjaro, that's the one. Thank you, Dave. I have no side effects from Ozempic. That's good. Food's so good though. You know what it is. You know what's happening. You know why people hate on Ozempic and like fat people getting thin. All the thin people have been up on their pedestal for so long, and now they're getting tossed off it by a bunch of lazy fucks who eat McDonald's all day. They've been going to the gym, working out, eating shitty, dry bird food, and now they're just getting wrecked, and they're not happy about it. They're like, you have Ozempic face. Still got that gross extra skin. I mean, you just lose weight slower. They should just take Ozempic too. You gotta get pretty fucking fat to have a lot of excess skin. Because people's faces look different when they lose weight. My friend's getting a little uppity after he had to get gastric bypass to drop under 500 pounds. Like, I'm happy for the guy, but bro, they had to stop you from yourself. I have, ever since COVID, I've had the worst imaginable habits. Like, I don't exercise, I don't do anything. I just stare at stocks all day. I eat like rich, expensive food, and I sit in a chair for 20 hours. And I haven't come anywhere near fucking gaining 500 pounds. Like, how the fuck do people do that? That's like just as hard as being in good shape, but with eating. Can we just add these weight loss drugs to the water supply, like fluoride, to get BMI and healthcare costs down? Perfect. You're ripping nicotine every minute, so it's like a mild stimulant. You really have to commit to make it to 500 pounds. Yeah, that's some fucking. That's a lot of effort. Also, how do you make enough money to weigh 500 pounds? Like, you've got to work and be that fat. Are their families just like supporting them? Taste tester for McGangbangs. I still go the low dose because I don't overeat. It's an insulin issue for me. Oh, okay. I've heard there's fewer side effects among people with like pre diabetes, and I'm you know what I'm just gonna start taking it. Fuck going to the gym. I'll just take them all and see which one works best. You guys ready for skinny creepy Gherk? All at once, the American way. So everyone will just be on GLP-1s and steroids? Yeah. I'm surprised you don't have it already. It's not that hard to go to the gym. I just don't want to. Are you counting the calories you burn when you're paddling? All the calories I burn are just from brain activity and the occasional walk to go get food. Maybe that's what's kept me from weighing 600 pounds, is just like I have my fridge is empty and I have to go walk to fill it. It can get creepier. You have no idea. How's positioning for SPX? Just as terrible as it was earlier. Not cooking anymore? Haven't been, no. My 500-pound FA. With the pickle jar, that no, the SQQQ is going to have a reverse split. Oh my god, it's time. All these people wanting Gherk to change. Not me. This is the Gherk I fell in love with. I'll be right back. Hold on. Oh, look, I missed nothing. I'm working with a metabolism doctor. I also have Hashimoto, a whole host of stuff. Mainly, I just need to be able to function. Yeah, okay. I'm on the stream, but the 500-pound thing might be a dysfunction in hormones. Okay, that makes sense. You don't want to meet women at the gym. That's like meeting girls at the club. Hold on, SQQQ is reverse splitting 5-1 on November 7th, Election Day. I'm so ready to full port puts. What, November 5th is the election day? Hmm. That seems wrong. They just move it around now? Why did RC move the election? Because he's a piece of shit. Election T+1 cycle. Remove that blue line? You mean the point at which gamma is at 0? No. Big's over or under 20 at close? I mean, it's got to be under, right? Yeah, I heard about the Russia Google thing. If you're voting for KH, it's definitely the 7th. Haha. 2.5 decillion rubles is what, like $20? Probably less. I hate those who don't want to tax the rich because they would one day like to be rich themselves. It seems backwards to me. It's because it is. It's moronic. Or the government could just not spend as much money on useless shit. No, they can't. We've tried that. None of our governments have been capable of not spending money on useless shit, including Trump. Trump spent tons of money on useless shit. I'm going to do a poll for Microsoft or Meta earnings and see who mentions AI more. You know, I would, but that would require me listening to their earnings calls, which is something I have no interest in doing. Historically, one party is more fiscally responsible than the other. Again, the lesser of two evils. They both suck. They both spend shitloads of money. And they both spend it on useless, stupid shit. Government can't not spend money on useless shit. If they did, then they could not promise to stop doing it in the future. Tariffs will save America. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome to buy shit on Temu for fucking $800. What would be the point of being a politician if you can't spend money enriching your bros? Exactly. Who shops on Temu? The 30% of this country that's illiterate. And then probably other people too. Just remember, guys, whoever wins, whoever loses, I want you to know that 20% of the people that voted for them couldn't read the fucking ballot. Timu's actually full of trash. I know. What the fuck is a teal super chat? I have no idea. Just ignore it. We were fucking with this like stupid thing that they added. Have you ever shopped on Temu? No. No, but I knew someone who was like addicted to shopping on Temu. And what was the other one that was before it? Fuck, I can't remember what it was called.
Wish, yeah. That fucking pile of garbage. Are we in the Gamagina? Yeah. Gamwich. Let's get a diabetes ad. Nice. No, Gamaria is what happened earlier when we dumped this. I've said people birthday presents from Wish before so that they know I don't like them. Smart. Actually, that's a great idea. Is it important? I find it crazy that people believe that China will pay the tariffs. No, I'll pay for it and then make you pay for it. Yeah. That's exactly how it's gonna go. It's never gonna get implemented, right? It's just like an empty fucking promise. People are just tired of filling out tax returns. So it's an easy bait. Vote for me. I'll make all the water fountains Kool-Aid. Wait, are you gonna put Ozempic in the Kool-Aid? What will I do if there's no tax returns? Accounts receivable? Let's say we got contracts for him and his kids to sell their merch from China. Have you seen Idiocracy? Yeah, we live in it. You can't do UBI because all the government money, all the money that the government's wasting is being spent on important things. You don't think the billionaires want zero income tax? They could get it done. And they still have to pay state taxes. Who are arguably more woefully equipped to go get them than the IRS. But, you know. I'm gonna need a flash crash to 2800 to make up for this loss in income. What's the Riley thesis? I don't know. Kind of looks like it's going to go up. Chances the SPX closes the day below 58.20. Not impossible. It's going to be hard to fall through 25, though. 25 is a big, big support. If we can push into 25, though, we could close at 20. I don't really see us losing 20, though. Like, there's even more support below 20. 20 itself is not very supportive, but 25 and 15 are. We haven't made a new low yet. We're very close, though. What's up, Nuke? Steven, good evening. Stefan, good effening. Effening? Get it? Because Stefan's weird? Yeah. Fires are put out. I peed on them. What fires? Did we have fires? Work stuff? I may have a problem. I have rebought Oxy Leaps. Interesting. Things in the Middle East aren't going to get worse till after the election, though, right? Israel needs to know how much right-wing Christian conservative funding they're going to get before they try to push forward the front lines. That's why they're leaps. Okay. What? What happened? We here at Gamma Strike are political AF. 23, 233 to 779 days of theta on them. Oh, okay, that's a lot. Was that a political statement? I feel like that's just the truth, right? Is it political to just say true things now? I'm not gonna last long. But the truth doesn't exist anymore. Nope, it's bias. Fascist. You're about to make more money than the rest of the chat has made all day in this final hour. I don't know. There were some people who overheld their puts earlier. They probably did okay. No, don't make him your hero. He's the worst one. No, he's nice to me? No one ever got laid for being nice, Nuke. He says, wow, all the stuff you built probably took a lot of work. It's great. We've all said that. No? Wrong? I think you don't know what that word means. He's just kissing your ass because he's trying to get a Gamma Strike membership so he can fucking ask me questions about it all day that don't make any sense or are self-explanatory. I think I'd ask less about it if I had it. No, you wouldn't. Don't fucking lie to me. I need to mute AJ before we launch. Don't let me forget. We've done a dump today. I bought Gary V puts. Why? Fubo and Riley calls. Okay. All paid for by overholding my put earlier. Winning? Question mark? Sure, man. I'm not positioning for the split. Jesus Christ. What Riley thesis? There's no thesis. Here's the thesis. Riley, I have some calls. Do with that what you will. That's a picture of Elmo, B Taco Man. Dave's cool. He yells at me after I do stuff and tells me to make it better. Just two? I'm insulted right now. You said you'd never friend me on the Discord. That's because I don't friend anyone on the Discord. You know what, Nuke? Here. I gotta live stream this. Holy smokes, I got it. I screenshotted. Just don't ask it any complex questions, alright? I remember my first friend. Congrats, baby well nuke. Be right back. I have to go shitpost to the pores. Oh, nice. Hmm. That's the value in liking the stream. We need to gradually refill the amount of pores we control. Oh, okay. Huh. I don't think about it that way. I'll start marketing things a little bit better. Wouldn't Gamma merch? Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are the fucking merch. Gherk, take my money. Save it for something. I'll be your merch guy. Do I need a... I don't know if I need a merch guy. Maybe like a merch company. Doesn't matter whether it's a hat or a put. Either way, you're down $60. Vin Diesel. It just dropped off my ballot. I thought you already mailed it in. Ranked choice voting open primaries for Nevada. Progressive. Gamma Strike, Ozempic, CL. Nice, Sinbad. Sadly, there's no third-party choice for yes/no questions. Yeah, unfortunately. But you really want a maybe there, don't you? God, what a slow fucking sell-off today's been. Just mark yes and no, and then your vote is in a superposition quantum state. Perfect. Is spy trading a bad philosophy if you're also in the money? Probably. This trade was referred to as a lost decade, all wrapped up in a 24-hour period. It fucking feels like it. If we hit 5760 by Friday, sure. It's so gray. I know. 58.40? It's a bit ambitious. Shit. Boring? Yeah. That's on Carvana. What about it? I think their payment in kind is going to continue to boost their cash flows until it falls off next year. They'll probably issue shares at some point. The 35 positioning that's acting like a magnet. It expires Friday. Yeah. Gamma will start to fall off into the end of the month, and also Friday. Is this gonna do anything interesting into close? Probably fucking not. Jesus, how did we end up fucking pinned to 25? How miserable. I guess we could maybe fall back again to 20, but even that looks stupid. Market's in purgatory. Selling condors every day has just never been better. So that part's nice. I love you, weirdos. Thanks, Mike. The pickle jar is the anchor that gives my spirit license to soar. Nice. Well put. But selling condors is too risky until all the data comes out. It is. It's extraordinarily risky. Everyone's an audio tech expert, but when I ask in Discord how to keep TradingView from loading on my laptop rather than external monitor, I get gifs of smashing laptops with a hammer. That sounds about right. Sell off into tech earnings? Scary? I mean, we're not selling off that hard. We're just back where we were earlier today. Did you follow their suggestions? We're not going to 5,900 overnight. There ain't even fucking... There's a really decent chance that you're the only like dildo with a like bot call up there. You know that, right? You and maybe some like idiots from Wall Street Bets. 5835 calls are not the same, AJ. Stop. Go away. Hmm. Have I ever changed a diaper? Yeah, I have. I should probably make chat private when you launch Gamma Strike. A lot of new people will come in here to ask questions about the platform. Yeah, they're supposed to do that once. Oh. Right. Just wait until Gherk has to get all professional and say things like, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and it was a pleasure talking to you today. I feel like you don't know me very well if you're saying that. And yes, I'm insulted. Friend me on Discord where we can continue the conversation. This man ever says anything like, it was a pleasure talking to you today, we'll know he's mastered his AI replacement. You know, I can be nice. It's not impossible. If you were to bet $1 million on where we'd close, what would it be? Not 5,900. Hmm. Why is Yellen doing the $5 billion liquidity thing? Because treasury markets are getting illiquid. Hence the need, well, actually, mandate to provide liquidity for them. Hmm. Markets are a steaming pile. Yep, it's pretty boring. Oil's still going up though, which is kind of cool. This week's trying to make a rainbow on the day. I mean, we got a bunch of call positioning and then it just fell off. That's pretty much all that happened today. Everyone went long the bounce and then closed their calls. Where do you guys find this oil stock? These are light crude futures. I like the conclusion. I'm just tuning in. Nice little day, but boring as heck. I mean, like the price action wasn't terrible. Like we had range, but it took there's so much fucking chop. What does positioning look like for after the election? Same way it looks now. And now everyone's going long. The 5900C. Crazy world we live in. No, they're not. They'll do neutral stuff. Then when the information comes out, they'll move around. Well, we've gotten a bunch of information, but we haven't moved around very much. I mean, we've moved around where all the positioning is, but not into like a new range. Is the collar roll tomorrow? It's like the little collar though. Google's losing all of its gains. Hard to get much confirmation outside the fail of 40. Well, yeah, because, I mean, once we fell here, we're just trapped. Like, we can move up a little bit into close, maybe. Like, bounce back to GN. Maybe I should play that. How much is the 30 call? 15 cents? Sure, I'll overpay for it. Nope, just gonna sell off into close on NQ. Awesome. That actually looks bearish. There's a little bit more room. That was awesome. Okay, so Bulls sold puts at 25 and 30, and then we just dropped. Fucking amazing. Charm is not good below 15. Let's go. Someone do something in the last 2 minutes. If it gets back over 15, they can move it. Under 15 is a problem. Yeah. I think Q's got a little bit of a bounce. Oh my god, what if Microsoft misses? Yep, ding ding, nothing. Lame. You can't say that after I spent all my settled cash. Why? All right. So futures fell back to 58.50 after breaking to the upside off of the earlier test of also 58.50. A failure of 58.50 is fairly significant, although we've yet to have one that lasted more than a few minutes. This is a pretty important level to hold as far as ES goes, and we just failed it pretty hard. I guess we'll see if we find support on the longer term trend, but this is our first actual test of that trend, and it just came right here after market close. If we do fail that trend, that opens up a move down to like 58.20 or a retest at 5800. A retest at 5800 is where things would actually start to break down. So we'll see if we get that. The last one we got was last Wednesday. And obviously we found a fairly decent amount of support there. But the second test may not have a bounce, or may not have as significant of a bounce. Commodities up, oil overperforming a little bit today. Gold down, gold up, silver down, copper flat. Some of the agricultural commodities still up on the day. Dixie down, mostly against the euro. Looks like yields of the 2 and the 5 moved up. So the yield curve's probably steepened a little bit between the 2 and the 10. Those are getting kind of close. But not too much movement in yields today. Not like the last few days. Correlation largely broke down today. There was a couple moments of recovery, but not much. We are starting as earnings pass. There's a very good chance that we will see the dispersion trade break back down again, as volatility shorting becomes more incentivized on the underlying components of the index. Carry leverage still elevated, 8x, 7x, 7x. Forward yield on vol still below the Fed funds rate, but 4.4, so not negative. Moves continuing up, although we still haven't seen much of a move out of correlation here since bond vol started spiking. Generally, those are a little more aligned. Right now they're quite divergent, and have been for the last few weeks, well, most of the month of October. Tomorrow's the end of the month. We have the baby collar roll for JPM. It's not as big as the quarterly collar, but it is a decent number of contracts and could drive some volatility. Skew moving back up. It probably doesn't really tell us much. It's not a very big move. S&P 42.14% of it above its 20-day moving average. Actually, RSP ended up closing a bit down on the day, despite some recovery earlier, as did Russell and Dow. So that breadth that had picked up earlier in the day kind of swept away. Did end up being a little bit better of a play than going just short the S&P, but short S&P kind of worked out as well. It's just very choppy. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX, not really doing much. I don't think we're seeing any changes there. Maybe down on the daily, we've got a little bit of movement. A slight decline, so we may be getting a little bit of vol shorting here, but not very much. Fed Fund Future is now pricing in 0.75 cuts. This on the back of the much stronger than expected private payroll data. Obviously, it came in almost 100,000 over the analysts' estimated range. And so this is, as we trim rate cuts back into June of 2025, the likelihood of the Fed not cutting again this year is increasing, which will continue to probably drive yields. And yeah, we see, since last night, the 10-2 is now only positive 11.2%. Sector wise, I mean, tech services kind of performed okay, but electronic technology fell, finance was kind of flat, manufacturing and health tech, consumer services, durables, these all kind of underperforming largely. It looks like commercial services did okay today, but not a lot of winners. And the Mag 7 kind of split, right? Which is why our price, one of the reasons our price action was so contentious. Where's that going to put us for tomorrow? Probably in a similar position that we're in today. Unless we lose this support, we're likely to bounce back towards where we closed and chop around there into tomorrow. And then, kind of the same thing as we go into NFP data on Friday. Tomorrow, I think, is a little bit lighter on data. So, I mean, if bulls are going to try to regain that 58.50 level and stabilize there into NFP, that might be the place to do it. But German inflation was up quite a bit. EU inflation is going to print in the morning. EU inflation and German retail sales may drive the dollar down yet again, which creates, a drop in leverage. It makes it harder for them to bring the markets up. And then we have PCE deflators. I don't really think those are very significant. They're expected to move higher. Obviously, along with that would be a move in yields. I would pay attention to supercore as inflation starts to heat up. The Fed will fall back to looking at that measure of inflation and how it affects people in making their rate decisions. So if supercore moves up year over year, that might be moderately significant. I think we have jobless claims in the AM also, and PCE prices. PCE prices might be, PCE price index might be kind of important. Core maybe more so because of the super core. And then no one gives a shit about the Fed balance sheet. There's some Chinese and Japanese PMIs. Yeah, and then just non-farm on Friday. So, I mean, obviously, if jobless claims are a big surprise, that could create some volatility. Chicago PMI probably won't matter. I don't think it's been expanding for a while. Mortgage rates might a little bit. Those could be somewhat significant, especially if they're significantly higher than they were last week. Challenger job cuts is expected to rise. It may not. We'll see. But after today's ADP data, probably not. RIP Meta. What did they do? Zuck spend a bunch of money on his new goggles? Oof. I mean, all of this price action that occurs when EPS comes out is just bullshit, right? For the most part. I mean, unless it's like a big miss in EPS or revenue, all analysts care about is forward guidance. And the big price spikes that happen right after close are largely just market makers hedging expected moves as the implied volatility shifts around. Whatever that. There was just not much of a change. We're a little bit lower and lower day over day. We've been getting more compounded vol shorting near spot, but it's not very significant. No more significant than it was like back in mid-September. And we popped out of that and rose higher, Again, I mean, like we said this months ago, like the volatility regime has just changed, right? Like we're probably not going back down to those like 12, 13 levels anytime soon. Is everything you said on Meta earnings same for Fubo? What? Like forward guidance being the main thing. I mean, Fubo's not meta, not by a long shot. But yeah, I mean that's where your multipliers come from is the expected earnings, right? If expected earnings rise, then people are willing to pay more money per share for those earnings. How's AR doing after hours? They have earnings, and I can't see the chart. I have no idea. Looks like they're up about like 2%. Not a very big move. Although I don't know if their earnings are released yet. Anyway, that's it. I will see you guys tomorrow for another day of trading at 58.35. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. See you later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo,